Good afternoon, good evening, good morning, wherever you are. Um, it's had a fun weekend. Yesterday, my husband and I went for a little ride, took the dogs with us, and we found a roadside stand that had gourds and more pumpkins and stuff. And I gotta show you some of these. These are so cool. This is a type of gooseneck gourd, and it's really cool. Looks like it's got popcorn all over it. It's just so crazy. So weird, but it confirms, like, when you do the warty pumpkins like this, that it's all over. That it looks so cool. Here's one that I got. This one was just neat because it's got a lot of different colors going on here and variations. And you got a little bit of the orange down here. You got the orange, like here, the darkest green down here. It's so neat. But it is also another type of gooseneck gourd. He's cool. He's neat. Pull this guy off to the side. And I know I have this one here. I actually found one that's very interestingly close to it, like in shape, kind of. Maybe not exactly in color. This is really white, but it looks neat. So even if I had stuck with the original one, I hadn't found this one, it would have been close. It is really neat. But as you can see, I have the pink one here that I worked on 2 weeks ago. Couldn't find an exact pink one, but I found one that's pretty darn close. In this light, it looks very dark, very weird. But this is what I was looking for to do. You can see that's kind of pinkish. It's got this weird grayish to it. It's not really like a coral color. It's just a very odd. I wouldn't say clay color. It's just it's an interesting color. So I figured since I got it, I will paint this one to match this and get this one done, and then we'll get back to the other ones that I have for that I was finishing up last week. The other one I did do the orange pumpkin, same as I did the others. Oh, you got dirt on you somewhere. One of these has dirt. Okay, I gotta clean that up. I did find some other ones to use. So one second, let me get my brush. Make sure that I get all the dirt. And then I accidentally got on. Okay, all that off to the back. Don't fall. Here, get my big brush. This is actually a draftsman's brush. My dad was a draftsman. And yeah, getting these kinds of brushes are very, very nice. I need a piece of paper. This will work. We drove down yesterday south of Pittsburgh to a state park called Ohio Pile. And near Ohio Pile is actually two houses created by Frank Lloyd Wright. The first one is Kentuck Knob, which is open to the public a little bit. And then, of course, the more popular one is Falling Water, which is privately owned and usually open occasionally for tours. And but we went down there. We were in they had there's this one little section called Cucumber Falls that normally you can walk down into the falls, and it's a neat place, very slick, extremely slick to walk around. So you have to be very careful, and if you have bad knees or bad legs or ankles, it's not ideal. Yeah, did I scratch that? Looks like I did. But it's a nice place. We're going to take the dogs and walk them around, but the parking area where Cucumber Falls was closed, and further down it was just crazy because it was really, really warm out yesterday, and kind of like after we left the area, a thunderstorm came in and just dumped and dumped and dumped and dumped and dumped, and we didn't get any rain here, but it was just all south of Pittsburgh, and it was just a cell that just kept rolling and got stuck and wouldn't move. So it's kind of good that we rolled through there before then. So, but all right, this guy got a little bit dented on it. So, and if I can remember what color I used. If you use, I see your comment, Rhonda, about the pumpkins and pumpkin pie. Certain ones are definitely made for pumpkin pie. The little short, squat ones that are only like this, only about like maybe 5-6 inches round. Those are the best for pumpkin pies. The other ones like the gourds and I got one here, like this guy. He's definitely not really good for pumpkin pie and stuff. So, but the warty ones, I have one outside, and I have to keep an eye on the dogs with them because for some reason the dogs like to chew the warts off of it. So I have to, there we go. I have to try to keep them from eating. Was that my color? I think it was. This little guy. Yeah, you were my color. anybody else need it. Yep. All right. So that one's done. But I always carve mine out because I get a bunch. Sometimes I have the fake ones. I have a couple of those that I need to. Thinking I'm going to spray paint them. I don't think I'm going to paint them. I have some acrylic paints that are multi-surface. They're for indoor-outdoor use. And I might try to use that, but I think I may need to use a matte spray paint to cover the whole thing first. I'm not sure. Thinking around about it. So it is for as far as healthy chew toys. Dogs can eat pumpkin in moderation because it can give them diarrhea. But yeah, last year they thought the one pumpkin was extremely tasty and chewed almost all the warts off of it. And it didn't help me any because I also did carve one of them, and I gave the Aussie at least a couple bites of it, and she really, really liked it. And so she started eating pumpkin, but she did good. Alrighty. So, grab that big guy again. So, alright, let me move this down. See if I can. It's kind of balancing on my light here, a little off, but that's what I got. All right, let's see what color you are. That's what we have. 20. These are the reds. I don't want the reds. I might not have some. Oh, maybe. Okay, there. Yes, you're called Spice Pumpkin. Ha ha ha. Funny. A little bit orange. It might work. I knew that was going to happen. Stay. Don't move. Okay. So obviously my pinkish or my coral ones really don't hit it off. You do a little bit. You might actually work. Terracotta. I was trying to think of that. Terracotta might work. Orange spice is a little too dark. What did I say? Spice pumpkin? Where'd it go? There it is. So if I do... There we go. Okay. So here's what I'm going to do. Since this has lots of nice deep grooves, I'm going to do what I've done before. I'm going to do the grooves in an area around it in the terracotta. And then I'm going to coat in the center here the spiced pumpkin. And then because this has a very grayish coating to it, I will, like I did with the other one, dust a little bit of gray on it and get that going. So, okay. Those are the choices. So terracotta is... Oh, that's Georgia clay. Oh boy. Another one of my old paints. And spiced pumpkin. The newer one here from their deco art. So cool. Do. Okay. I thought it was supposed to rain today, but apparently what was supposed to happen just moved south of Pittsburgh and we didn't get anything. And I've been having to... My flowers are still going good, so I want to keep them going. All right, this big guy needs to move off over here. So he's off to the side. Need to move this one to a little bit more view. Terracotta. I hope I have... I don't think I will run out of this one, but as I go through and paint these, I realize, oh no, I need more of these. Okay, I do have one spare like this, and I don't believe they make this color anymore, which is a shame because... Oh, they do. Okay. I'm looking at my Delta Ceramic coat or plaid paints owns it now. And I don't have a date on this one. But this was when they were in Whittier, California. So, all right. It's very nice and fluidy. I can feel that. Okay. That's nasty. You the one? Yeah, you're the one that's nasty. Okay. Now, it doesn't have to hurt to have a mauve or dusty rose color background on this, because it does help enhance the colors that you have. I was hoping to find one a little bit of a dusty rose. They didn't have one. And so I will use this lovely color. Terracotta's a nice color. Very let me turn off my fan. Into the groove, good. Get down here real good. Carefully not get my one. Okay. can't really, I mean, I could put the blue painter's tape here on these ones to get it, but I think I can just be careful with it. Terracotta is a nice color. I don't use it that much on stuff. But it is a very nice natural mud color. I think of any of these, paints, whether it's Ceram Coat or Apple Barrel, Deco Art, Craftsmart, any of those, I think they should always have like the common colors, like terracotta and phthalo green, phthalo blue, or Prussian blue, and sienna, the raw siennas and the burnt siennas, because those are ones that good artists know. I'm gonna miss that, aren't I? Yep, he's down there, so he needs to be squeezed. And again, I don't like to pour my paints out into a container for a dish or anything to use, because these have a tendency to dry quickly, and then they end up drying up in your paint pan, and then you can't use it. You can't refresh them like some other colors. Like if it was watercolor, yeah, you could refresh the watercolor and get it to come back to life, but not so much with acrylics. Acrylics are kind of, especially these, it's almost like latex. You kind of get that type of a latex feel to it, and then they don't want to erase. But it was a nice drive. We didn't get to see much in Ohio Pile because it was crazy. Very, very packed. There's a section there that people like to swim in. There's slippery rocks, but you can swim on them and slide down. It's natural formation, and a lot of people were there doing that because it was in the 80s, really, really warm, but it was a nice drive. The fall leaves were starting to turn, so got to enjoy the nice colors. Hasn't hit us quite yet for fall. Yeah, but there were some good spots that had some really nice colors to them, and that's always fun to do, is just go for a ride and see the fall colors. And the farmer stand that we stopped at also had cider, and they had all kinds of berry ciders. They had raspberry, peach, which was really good. I made the mistake of just buying the little thing of peach and took it to Saldo, and I had a sample of it and bought the little small one, and took it to Sal, who was waiting in the car, and he was like, well, why didn't you buy the big one? So I had to go back and buy the big one. I had to buy like it was a half gallon or something like that of it, but came in a nice big glass jug that I could probably reuse for something, some sort of craft, or just put something in it. It was very nice. But we could see the storms forming off to the south of us, and we're like, yeah, somebody's getting hit. Somebody's getting some nice rain. We didn't get anything. Even my phone app said, rain will, light rain will start in 5 minutes here. Yep. Didn't happen at all. Totally went to the east of us. It's weird. It's like we have like a natural barrier or something here that we aren't getting rain. I'll watch them come up from, they'll come in from all the directions, even east occasionally. As soon as they get near us, they break up and go around us. It's just, we don't get any rain. The start of this season, I thought we were going to have quite a, that it was going to be a very rainy summer, and it wasn't. As soon as, because it was very rainy all through March and April. April was cold and nasty, and it was not fun at all. And then, like right after Mother's Day, then it finally got a little warmer. It stopped raining bad, but I thought that we were going to have a nice wet summer, and that I wouldn't have to worry about watering the flowers or watering the garden or anything. Nope, that didn't happen. Take a look here. But it's pretty bad here that actually some places north of Pittsburgh have told people to start conserving water because they don't expect. And they've had rain. We haven't. Pittsburgh hasn't. We had the one bad set of storms back in April that actually did some damage to our roof. And those weren't fun. But roof's fixed. And it's just been so dry. So at least it wasn't super, super hot. Like last year, it was also like really, really hot. And we were close to 90 for several weeks in a row. Actually, it was 90s well into September, from what I remember. Oh, and happy 21st day of September if you Should play the Earth, Wind, and Fire song. Okay. I'm going to okay, there. Give me this guy. Also working on it yesterday and Friday. I have one of these that I bought that were skeleton heads, and I decided to work on it because I wanted to save this for Saturday or today, Sunday. Well, while we were out driving around, along with the roadside stand that we found, the farmer's market, there is an Italian marketplace, I guess, out in Jeanette, Pennsylvania. It's called DeLallo's, and they're really well known here in the Pittsburgh area, but they have a store out east of Pittsburgh that is Pittsburgh has an area in the downtown called the Strip District, and the Strip District has I think at least two Italian shops, Italian marketplaces down there, and they are very, very good. Places you walk even just past the front doors, and you smell the smells and all of the good stuff that they have, and just drives you crazy because all the good smells of the breads and the cheeses and everything that they've got, and it just smells so good. And this place is the same. And we stopped there and got some gnocchi and some other things. I think I'm good there. So it was good. So I don't know if we'll make the gnocchi tonight because Sal made his spaghetti sauce marinara last week. So yeah, it's I mean, thank goodness hurricanes are kind of going off to the side and not hitting us, because that would be a mess. They're always a mess. Sorry, give me the brush back. my brush again. All right, so this is spiced pumpkin. And I only have a little bit of nerds left with me. I've bought some during the week while I was at work one day, and I left them at work. So I only have just a tiny bit of nerds with me from my original stash. But when we went to the Italian marketplace thing yesterday, we kind of loaded up on biscotti, and we got some different kinds of cookies, and we got this thing. It said that it was a lemon cream puff. There was no cream in it. It was all lemon goodness, and it was so weird. It was just like the whole thing in the center was completely hollow. It was just the crust of the puff, and the whole thing was filled with lemon, like lemon meringue, kind of, not meringue, but like lemon pudding kind of stuff. It wasn't pudding. There is a term for it. It's kind of like gelatinous. It's not. Can't remember what the stuff is called, but it was totally filled with that, and we got into that last night. It was good. I thought there would be a little bit of cream in it. Nope, it was all lemon, and I love lemon stuff. So we bought lemon pizzelles, and then the biscotti. I grabbed a cranberry walnut and a orange pecan, and I had one each this morning with my cup of tea, and it was very good. Very, very good. Orange was, both of them. I think the cranberry had a little bit of orange zest to them too, but it was both were very, very nice and tasty with a cup of tea. So look at that. That it is good that I did that pink or the dusty rose behind that, because it does help. As you can see, when I put this on, it was a really strong orange, and then it dies down with the color of the pink behind it. So and I am just dry brushing this on. It's nothing I'm not putting it real thick. I'm just letting it go at its own giving it like a one coat brush to it. Very neat. And sometimes when you're doing these, like this one right here, you can't really see it here probably, but the grain of the wood is giving me lines here that the pink or the rose color behind it is actually coming through, and that's fine. I'll leave it like that. I mean, because it's going to get this little dusty, the gray stuff on it too. And it is a very neat pumpkin. Again, I'm just doing a very, very light. I'm not even loading the brush up. Like, I'm just only putting like that much on the brush and just letting it, putting it on and then pulling it into place. He's getting to be a nice orangey orange. And there's a really big pink right there. Normally, this by now, I would at least have some of the, or a good majority of my Christmas. Oh my God, slap me. Slap me hard. Halloween. Can't believe I said that. I'd have my Halloween direction stuff up outside. I actually don't, because it's just actually been too hot to do any of it. You get out and just not too. I get outside and the sweat just starts pouring. I'm like, I can't. I'd like to do it when it's cooler. That way I feel more into the mood of it being closer to Halloween. I can't believe I said Christmas. I really don't decorate that much for Christmas. I put up some lights for Sal, but I don't. Halloween is my thing. I put more stuff up for Halloween than I do for Christmas, because it's easier to take the Halloween stuff down, like on November 1st or 2nd. Halloween's a Friday this year, I believe, and so I will, over the weekend, I can take the stuff down. Sometimes I take the following day off, and because sometimes I also hit up the stores, because then by then it's 70% off on the Halloween stuff, so I buy stuff for next year. Like everybody does for Christmas, buy stuff on the clearance. Like I have a stone or an archway of skulls that I got last year on clearance. So that is put up outside, and so is our big skeleton lurch. He is outside. And it's been kind of funny. Sabine will go outside and look at it and go, I don't know about this. Now she's been like, oh, okay, it's not going anywhere. It's not going to get her. And I don't have the things like the animatronic ones or that jump and make you move, because I don't want to scare the dogs. So I don't put those in the yard. I mean, if I have any, I make sure that they don't go off, because the dogs go outside a lot. And I make sure that the dogs aren't scared of them. Christmas stuff here is just, yeah. I end up having, last year I put up some these spiral Christmas tree things, lights. They're easy to install and easy to tear down, but last year we actually did have a little bit of snow and ice and stuff, and you can't pull them out of the ground when it's snow and ice. So they ended up staying up till, oh geez, almost February. I just didn't, it's too cold and I didn't want to go outside and mess with them. So when people complain and people have their Christmas stuff up all longer, past January, and I usually start taking them down by January 10th. But not last year. Just couldn't get to it. It's just so cold. Just everything froze, and like, yeah. I'm not going to try to pull stakes out of the ground, out of the frozen ground. It's actually a very nice, nice orange color. You're craving an apple cider donut with butter pecan glaze from the bakery near her. Ooh, that would be good. If you have a Dairy Queen near you, they have a maple sugar cookie milkshake. It's not a blizzard, it's milkshake. And while we were out riding around, we stopped at one, and Sal got one of those, and we're like, okay, this is good. All right, so I'm going to stand this on its side without knocking anything over. Clearing room. Here we go. All right. Look at that. I missed a spot right there with the terracotta. So I'm going to get it with this. Okay, so now I'm just going to give the edge here this nicer orange and cover up the pink. And this is definitely with a nice thick coat. Because as you can see, there is layers of this wood. And I want to make sure that I get the paint into all of those holes. Like in there. Let's see. there, some holes. Give that a second to dry. I'm just going to. I see some pink here in this section that I still can't quite get to with one coat, so it is getting just a tiny bit of a cover coat. And I'm just going to wait for that little section to dry. There's a bit of pink there coming through. I don't mind the pink coming through. It's just I don't want to make sure that it's like a glaringly obvious. Hey, you missed a giant spot here. Like you. And sometimes turning your work in different angles, you see your extras like, oh yeah, you missed that spot. Oh, there's another spot that needs to be done. Or you see there's a little bit of pink there. Also just going to give it a little highlights here with a thicker section. Painting it rose in the background actually helped. Let's move this out of the way so we don't spill the paint. And also, there we go. And you can even see there in this pink. It's really showing up right along here and here. But that's fine. It helps give it a darker area for it. So I'm totally fine with that. Okay. But if you're watching this and you're a subscriber, join in the live chat if you have any questions. I'm trying to keep an eye on the live chat. My computer's off to my right, so it's not right in front of me. I can't see. If you have any questions about paint, what I'm doing, the techniques, by all means, post them in the chat and I will try to answer. Or if you're watching this later, if you have a question, post it in the comments. If you could like and subscribe, all that fun stuff. Cool. You got a bit of a hole there in the film. Okay. He is a nice orange. Okay. Where'd my lid go? Where'd my lid go? Oh. Okay. So that is terracotta and this spice pumpkin. It's also another color that I just don't use it that much, but I think I might actually start using it a little bit more because it is a very nice, warm orange color. It is quite a bit translucent. So let me pull this guy over here. So we have, yeah, we're getting there. This one side is really a lighter color. I say there's a divot in this one, so it was probably laying down and one of the vines went through it. But yeah, it's looking good. All right. So now you're probably wondering, how in the world do I make this look dusty? No, you don't throw dust on it. I'm going to do another little dry brushing. And trying to think of which dry brush to use. Let's see here. All right. Color. Ow. I'll pick it up later. Are you? No, you're not. Yes, here we go. All right. So yes, this pumpkin is lumpy, but I'm not going to go through the bother of it of making it look lumpy. I'm just going to dust it with, this is another old color called Cadet Gray. And we will dry brush it. Yes. And that one's dirty. Something dirty on it. I just got dirt on the thing again. Okay. Okay. I'm going to actually my sponge. Need a good sponge. Yeah, we'll sponge first. This, let me take a look. I copied the list from Plaid Paints. So let me see if I have plaidonline.com. That's what it is. They're the ones that own Delta now. And actually, I keep mentioning this. Where's my little... Where's my favorite? Oh, jeez. This old Duncan paint. They were bought by Mako, which made molds. And they might actually still have this paint, this shocking pink. It's on their list that they have it. They have this one. I believe they have avocado. I can't remember. But they have a few of them. And I actually kept thinking that maybe I ought to try to buy their version of it and see if it still matches this one. But it's just a beautiful color of pink. It's nice. There are warm colors and there are light colors when you get to obviously something like this between this. Oh, come on now. Let's work. That is definitely a cold orange versus the warm orange that's here. So when you're painting, you want to make sure that you can mix warm and cold together, like if you for side by side, but you want to make sure that when you're doing something that you're using near hues, near warmth, or near colds. Mixing them can give you more vibrance between them, but if you're after an overall thing of warmth, you want to use warm color paints. Oddly enough, and in the printing industry, there is, and also even in even for art, for painting, there is also a warm black and a cold black, and so you have to. Then there's also a rich black, and a rich black for printing is there's cyan, which is blue, or magenta, and yellow, and there is a degree of equalness of those colors added to the black. So it makes it a really, really rich black compared to the warm black or a cold black. And it does have some neat. And this is a nice warm gray. This will work good. Okay. So here, you hold that. Everybody remember I put the lid on the pumpkin. Okay, so I'm just, again, now again you might say, well, why don't you pour these into a paint? And I'm like, I don't like to do that because it just doesn't give me what I want. So I'm just going to splotch. Splotch. Dab, dab, dab. What did I say was the word he had to do when you dab paint? I can't remember now. Oh my gosh. It wasn't dab, dab, dab. Swish, swish, swish. I think it was swish. I can't remember what I said last week. There we go. It's actually looking, it's giving its own little popcornish kind of look to it. So I'm going to squeeze this up just a little bit and do some dots. I'm using the top of the edge to get the paint spread around the thing. And that way it doesn't give you he's cool. I'm liking this. Look how well that dried. Nice. Very, very dusty. Dried really nice. He's looking good. Again. And I don't want to overload the sponge. When you overload the sponge, then you're just, you might as well just paint it. I just want a little bit, and then from the little bit that's there, you take the sponge and you really push it out and apply more of it. Because you don't want the sponge to absorb the paint, because when it absorbs the paint, then it gets, you end up overloading what it's got a little too much. You just want to apply it a little bit here and there. You want the randomness of it. See here, I had some inside of the brush that if I really, really push down, I'm going to get what's inside what the sponge absorbed. If the sponge absorbs too much of that, then it just you don't get this effect. You have to keep the brush dry. You soak the brush and make it too wet. Get these guys a little bit more. They did have some other nice colored gourds and stuff there. I think the I'm gonna have to make sure I don't get orange or gray up into my other one. There we go. He's looking cool. Let me see what we got. That's one thing my mom wants me to do. My mom wants me to show you guys how I paint my nails. My nails are actually getting kind of long, and I'll probably paint them, but I've not. I've painted my nails crazy since the 80s, and I just haven't had a chance to lately. But one of these Sundays, maybe I'll just say, hey, we're not doing this, we're painting nails. And that I have no formal training in, I don't, I've never done cosmetology, but I've always painted my own. And I used to do things like tiger stripes and stuff, and I would paint, where now I can use really fine paintbrushes. I would actually paint my nails with toothpicks. I would dip the toothpick into the stuff and draw with the toothpick on mine. And I wanted to paint my nails closer to Halloween. This is actually looking good. Thank you. I have a doggy licking my toes. It's tickling me. He actually looks good. On the screen, it looks really good. Here, personally, I'm like, yeah, I might need to, but yeah, it's looking close to the grayness that I've got here in the thing. I used to really, and in high school, I used to really paint my nails a lot. But I actually, I mean, my nails always grew nice. But I would actually use it was called Lee press on nails. I had a rig set up where I had a block of just a block of like 2x4, and I had I think I had 3 or 4 inch nails pounded into it, but up high enough. And I would take the nails, and I would take wood glue and glue them onto the tops of the nails, the heads of the nails, and then I would paint them on there so that it wasn't, because it was always hard for me to try to paint my nails that way. This way I could move the block around and get my nails painted the way I wanted them to. I was always doing all kinds of crazy things, and then I would only wear them on my left hand. I never wore them on my right hand, because I'd always break them off or something on my right hand. But yeah, that was my little rig that I set up for it. Give you guys a little bit more. What are you looking? Stop licking the gourds, goofus. He's looking good. I'm probably not going to get underneath him. Very good. This guy is in the way. Nick, and as you're doing this, you don't want to do stamp, 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 stamp. You don't want to put a succession of lines. You're just doing random stuff, and I'm doing it light, and then once I get a nice spot, then I might press a little harder to get the paint that's inside the sponge to give me a bigger spot like that guy right there. And so I can just do a little bit and then press a little harder. You end up using, try to use all the paint that you get in the sponge without and I'm not coating the whole surface of the sponge. I'm letting the sponge do that for me. So I'm just doing light dabs. And then I'll put a heavier dab. I'm just going to put some random. You definitely need some. He's looking good. Ouch. Ow, ow, ow. I've never had fake nails. The only ones I've used were the Lee press-on nails. And they basically just had, you put a little sticker, a double-sided tape on the nail or on your real nail, and then you would just press and hold the fake nail on top of it, and that was it. And my nails would be growing underneath it, but I would end up breaking one of them or something, and so I'd be fine. But yeah, I have never had acrylic nails. I've never needed to. Nails are doing pretty good. So cool. I think there's my lid. I remember. That is as close as I'm going to get to him. Look at that. That's almost perfect. What am I saying? It is perfect. That is really good. I should do a little bit of those on it. Actually, I will. Let me get the smaller one. And that was Spice Pumpkin. Okay. So I'm going to take the smaller tip. And I do have one that's even... No, I don't have one that's small. All right. So again, I'm just going to pull in some paint off of the side here. And let's put... That's weird. That's really, really bright orange. Are you going to dry, or do I have to do... That's weird. And that's not drying like that. It's not drying as nice and orange as the background. Let's try. Let's try the terracotta, because that is really standout orange, and I don't want that. And yeah, where's my things? See, look at that. Even though it's getting dry, I've got a little bit of orange in there. All right. Let's try this instead. There we go. I'm just going to do random darker spots. And this is the terracotta that I was using. That spiced pumpkin just did not want to turn. It turned it too orange. That was weird. And I'm just putting random. From me knocking, sorry. Apologies to the kitty cats. Sorry, kitty cats. It was just me. Sometimes to get the Aussie to do something else, and I'll try to trick it or say, hey, somebody's here, and she'll what? And today I was trying to get her to get into the house. Sometimes she'll do that too. She'll stand outside and just look at you like, yeah, what? You just put me outside. Why do you want me to come back in? Like I haven't sniffed where I wanted to sniff yet. She gets funny. And but as she was saying it, somebody had ordered Domino's, and so Domino's drove by, and I have to say, pizza's here. That totally, because she goes nuts over that. Our previous black lab, all you had to do was say, pizza's coming, and she would be like, what, where? And she would be listening for the door to creak open, or for the gate to open, and then she would be on alert until that. But then the Aussie and the previous black lab never met each other, never taught them, never had the opportunity to learn that off of her. But she picked it up really darn quick. I don't know about that. Maybe. Oh, where's the gray? I put the thing back. Might have gone a little too deep on that. Give me just a tiny bit. I like them, but I don't like them. I should have left them alone. All right. We'll do that again. Gray lids there. Let's do this. I'm just making sure that I only used gray on this, so we're good. And don't put the paper towel that's wet on top of something that's already painted, because you'll end up having gray spots on something that you don't want gray spots on. And it won't look good. Alright, give me you back. Let me put That's so weird. It makes it look like I've like it broke out in a rash. That's so weird. Just a little bit. So they did. That's just so weird, man. Oh. I mean, now it looks a little better, but it still just looks so weird. Like it's like all of a sudden that. I mean, now it looks a little better, but it's so weird. But putting those little few dots on it, or of the terracotta, it like totally made it look like it broke out in a rash, and it still does, but it looks like it's of an odder type of like it's spread. It was so weird. So okay, I'm not touching that anymore. I'm leaving it like that. He looks good. It's just weird. That's funny. All right, let's spin my thing. Put this guy back. And guess what? This one is done. I move. Like he's good. Look at that. That's a good pumpkin. That's nice. That was very nice. I love it. All right, put him down. Yay! This looks good. He looks good. He looks good. Pull this up. We have him. Sorry, my thing's in the way. There's him and him. Oh, I gotta paint the top. Let's paint the top on him because I didn't show you guys how I did that. Sorry. Like, these things are huge and I have to fit them in here right. And I've got lights and the rigging for the camera, the phone, and everything. And trying to get it all set. Okay, so what I did, because a lot of these it depends on the type of gourd. You can have a gourd that has a very tan color. That one's a nice one. But of course, this really probably needs to be like chopped off here to make it look like a true topper for the gourd. But I'm going to make him match more of what he would look like. And he would look would look like this more, where it's a dark green. This one's a little brown. I haven't done one brown. But we'll do the dark green. Okay, so what I'm going to do is, this is not the darkest green that I have. The darkest green I have is called black green. And it is a dark. It is it's an old color, but it is a very black green. Very dark. I'm not going to use you. Your lid almost fell. Thing actually snapped. What are you? Blue spruce. Don't want to use this because it has a little bit, a hint of blue to it. I don't want that. So my next color is this woodland green. We'll take him. He is a very nice deep green. I can't remember if he's the same green I used here. I don't think it is. I think this was dark foliage green, probably. All right, so let's paint this guy. Wood. Got that. There we go. This is actually kind of watery for some reason. Just used it the other day. I don't remember it being this watery. It's weird that it's very. This definitely needs a thick coat applied to it, even a second coat, because it's just strangely very watery. It's almost acting like a stain. It's not. Actually, where the hell did you come from? Where that came from? It was a piece of a fly wing. I don't know where that came from. I mean, I had the ceiling fan on, but maybe somebody got stuck in the fan. Okay. All right. Let me try to paint the sides. Woo! Okay. Put this on the end. Not knock crap over. There we go. Sorry, I'm being quiet. I'm just trying to hold on to this and concentrate on painting. God. There we go. All right, carefully move the paint out of the way. Okay. Like I said, I am going to give this another good heavy shot. Okay, there we go. Okay, so that goes there. Now, what I did before on the other ones was I took this is alfalfa or forest moss, whichever one you want to use. Give me one moment here. Let me turn on the fan. Let that set that to dry. While that dries for a second, I'm going to crack open a Coke. Looks a bit cloudy outside. Wait, what did that say? Oh. Says it's supposed to rain tonight and Monday and Tuesday. So we have a 78% chance of rain. Yay! When's it going to start raining? Oh, wow. It says it might start raining around 11 o'clock and then end at noon. Or end at midnight, I should say. And chance of shower tomorrow, it actually says. Not so much. Ah, I see. There's some out in Columbus. Okay, now to put this down so I don't spill it. That tried. Okay, so like I said, I was going to use this alfalfa. And what I'm just going to do is I'm just going to draw some veiny lines through it. It is a nice yellow-green. So I'm just taking my brush and start up here. And just drag it. Go with the flow. Since there really isn't a rhyme or reason here to it, I'm just making veins as it goes. And I'm letting it dry. I'm doing kind of dry brushing this way. I'm starting out with a nice thick. And then even as I go on, I might want it to give me that thick again. Go up. Okay. There's no. Start here. This one. Get a range from that line to here. Just trying to make it look semi-organic, just with the flow of the lines. Nothing. I'm not really following a pattern on anything. I mean, I could pull out one of the gourds and take a look at it, but it's gonna give me the same thing where it's just organic lines flowing. And like I said, this is not a true match to a top of a pumpkin or a gourd, so it is just entirely interpretive. It does not need to, and I'm sure I've probably not done the same pattern on any of the others. I'm just as I say, go with the flow. That is what I'm doing. There we go. There we go. And that's all I do. It doesn't need to be as grandiose and as crazy as the others, the rest of the pumpkins. It just want it to be flow of the top. So that one is done. Let me zoom it up here so you guys can see what I'm talking about. So it's just doesn't need to be anything special. Not like this guy. This guy's special. This guy's nice. And him too. I'm liking him too. He's good. All right. So now I've got to get a dog off my foot. I got to move this over to and switch around to the others. Sorry, puppy. Did I move you? Did I wake you? You wanted to fall asleep, huh? Oh. All right. Give me a second here. I gotta switch pumpkins. It looks good. All right. Let's recap. That's kind of what I did for this one here. I just did that same kind of pattern very loosely, just followed, made it look like there was grooves in it. He looks so good. So, and there's the yellow one. And this guy, I painted him orange like the other ones that I've done. These two are the guys I'm going to focus on now. And this guy, what am I going to do? What am I going to do? This one I have to show. I think this one was neat. It kind of looks like, it is not like a nice green. It's like a minty green. I thought this one was very interesting. It's another gooseneck gourd. But I had to pull this one up because it has the nice dark black or dark green. But yeah, it's like got a little minty in there. So if I'd seen this guy earlier, one of these would have been made to look like that. So let me pull out. Here's some others. He's a nice, neat, and lumpy. Not much in the way of, he has some color to him. They're so neat. But this is probably what I'm going to make this guy look like. And here I'm getting dirt off of these. This guy's interesting. He's almost my color there. I can make him match that. I don't really want to make him yellow because I don't want him. I've already got this guy's going to be yellow. This guy appears yellow, so I need him to be green. It's another odd one that I found. I liked how he's kind of like a mustard yellow instead of orange. Very interesting colors. They are also cool. Okay. This guy down here, let me shuffle this down. This one I did have originally set as a very bright, I was going to do him kind of like this one. I was going to make him more like a white one. But then I've got to thinking about it. I'm like, yeah, I kind of already did that on one of them. So I wanted to do something like this on him instead. So that's what he's going to get. And this one turned, it's going to be like this. Nice, interesting patterns in the grooves. There were other ones like this and they had warts on them. This one is the only one I could find that didn't have warts on them so that I could paint them to match that. But I've got the yellow pretty much smack dab right on. So that's where that one's going to be. All right, give me one moment here. Gotta clean my brushes. And I got one to clean. Actually, I might have to step out and fix my water. Oof. Sorry, puppy. Yeah, give me a moment here. I'm going to have to run off. And let's get some fresh water here. Oh yeah, because that's green. I don't want it to be green. Squeezed a sponge and dripped it all over me. All right. Give me 1 minute to take care of this, and I'll be right back. Smithsonian. Oh, people have done better than me, I'm sure. There we go. All the paintbrushes are good. There, put this here. A little slip button here. Doggies underneath the chair. Thank you, Poppy. I appreciate that. She's a good dog. She doesn't bark that much, which is good, but not good. I mean, she'll definitely let you know if she is excited about something. But she very rarely sits underneath me and will yip over something and, as I'm painting, make me jump. But and let's not let's not drink and make it go down the wrong tube. That would not be good. All right. Hold on a second. What was I going to do here? Oh, I remember what I was going to do. Okay. So now I have two of these kinds of pumpkins. This one is green, just little bits of yellow or orange down below. And then I have this one, which has more orange in it. But with this having orange here, I don't want to really do orange down below, because I don't want to make the whole thing look like it's all orange and yellows. So I think I'm going to stick with the greens here and put green highlights here, like how this one has in the grooves. And I might sponge on a lighter pale yellow here on how this one has. It has some nice colors. You can't really quite see with the camera. Yeah, that really doesn't help. But here, if I can even zoom in here on this thing, you can see there's lots of twists and turns in these stems. Lots of little tiny lines and grooves. So, I mean, if you paint anything like that for the top section, it's kind of there is no, like I said, there's no real pattern that you can follow. You gotta just make it look like it's viney. Give it some grooves. So. I would be glad when I'm finished with these so I can get these gourds and pumpkins out of my artwork. put them outside where we put them in my flower pots and have the flower pots sitting around. So, all right, this guy here. Let's get you started. All right, so I already got the what color did I do this? I think it was citrus. Yeah. Excuse me one moment here. I've got to, one more thing I gotta grab. I have one here. No, we don't. Just get rid of that. One moment. Nobody wants to hear you blow your nose. So, here. Okay, so I wonder if I should go with pine green here. Oh yeah, pine green. Pine green. We're going to take. Where's that big fat thick one? Where's it? There you are. I found you. Okay, let's try to. Actually, I can move you back a little bit more. There we go. Yay! Now he's in the view. Okay, this is Ceramic Coat Pine Green. Now that I have a list of what their actual active paints are, Pine Green is not one of them. Folk Art doesn't have one that's close. Let me see if I have one. Whoops. Need my numbers. What are you? Pine Green. 51-1. If you were after... Nope, I have not found a match to this. I have one more of this one, but they do not have it on their site anymore. So, or sold in stores. I am just really... I actually like that. Because if you see this guy off to the side here, let me get him into the shot a little bit. They don't really go, a few of them go all the way up to the top. And sure, if this guy sat on the vine a little bit longer, he probably would have. But I am just going to keep it at that. I'm going to just try to drag it up a little ways. So we'll move him off. Oh, excuse me. Sorry, puppy. She's trying to use my foot as a pillow, which is good because it keeps my foot warm. But occasionally she gets a little too heavy, and then I have to okay, I can't handle a heavy dog head on my foot like that. Here. No gap here. Oh, sorry. Go to the side. Back to this. Interesting. Here's the bit there. They're fun to start out. Okay. So now what I'm going to do, where's the other crappy brush? Here it is. And one feet, yes. Okay. So now I'm actually just going to take this and just do some random splotches. Like I've done on the others, just to give it this guy has some very random patches. And they aren't pure like dots, like they're zigzags. And miscellaneous blobs and shapes. So that's what I'm going for here. Turn him to the side so I can see him. And again, you don't want to like do an exact pattern. You really want this to be very random. You don't want you don't want a pattern to show. You want it to be and I'm using a very beat up brush, so I'm actually going to squeeze this up and draw it down. Not we could give it a big blob here. Just not like the moment. Do it a little bit more across the bottom just to help give it that. Sometimes they look like, it almost looks like when you see these, like the weight of these dots is so heavy on the pumpkins that they gravitate more to the bottom. And so that's what you kind of need to create with these. And again, I'm using a very spent brush. This brush is, I think I tried to clean it with a type of cleaner. I have a brush cleaner and restorer, so it says. Didn't really restore it, and I don't think it cleaned it very well. He almost looks like he's got like 5 o'clock shadow. Extreme spot, yes. I saw the Weird Al did crap, I can't remember the name of the pirate that's in the opening that does the who's in the pineapple under the sea. Yeah, he did that. Weird Al did a new version of that for a very recent SpongeBob, but it was called Sponge Tom. I can't remember now. I remember Sponge Tom. And he looks like he lives in a watermelon under the sea instead of a pineapple. But it's not Sponge Tom Round Pants. It was something else. But he did the opening lyric. He posted it on his, I think his Instagram or one of his accounts, him singing it. And how they play the piece along with while he's singing. It's funny. I love Weird Al. It's too much here. Dot. Sorry. He just looks like it's getting 5 o'clock shadow. I'm like, really had a rough night at the rough shift. And this is weird. This is funny. It does. It just looks like he's got. I'm just like really there. See there, I started a pattern. It looks like I got a line here, so now I gotta throw it off with something. Some more dots here. You don't want them to look like brush strokes as much, but you do dry brushing, you end up getting a little bit here. Just realized he doesn't have a nose. All the other pumpkins on this thing have a nose. He doesn't have a nose. Well, if he doesn't have a nose, I'm not going to give him one. Dot. Strip dot 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 dot. Okay. Yeah, and these brushes have seen better days, but it's good to have them around to use on something like this where you can abuse them a little bit more to get what you want. I'm going to put you back over here. I don't need you anymore. Okay, let me find. So that was citrus. And citrus is 36.1. Do. I don't think I want to do that kind of yellow. Where's my yellows? Are you doing the yellow? Yes, you got my yellows. If I keep them on these copper wires like this, I might have to get a thicker copper wire because they don't. They're okay, but I'm bending them and they fall down a little bit. All right, you were this color right there, crocus yellow. I need a light color to go with you. Wow. I don't know how we can not undo that. Did I use you? No, I didn't. I don't think you're crocus. You look like you're saffron. That's what it was. It was this saffron color. And the saffron color is not when Joann Fabrics had their own brand. It's called Top Notch. Top Notch used to be another brand. Another brand name. There's a company called Dick Blick. They also sell. They cater more to I want to say artists in the higher caliber, whether or not you're more professional, I should say. Higher caliber, kind of professional ones. Like they have the good paints and the good canvases and things like that, and there used to be stores here in Pittsburgh with Top Notch, and Actually, I think there isn't one in Oakland on Craig Street, but I think the building still has the stained glass windows that the Top Notch store had. But yeah, maybe you. I don't really want to go too bright with you. That's called Hope. Don't want to do lemon chiffon. Oh, excuse me. Oh, did you not? No. Yeah, I don't want to do some bright yellow. That's too yellow. Let's hope. I don't think I have anything else. All right. All right, where's Hope? Or Esperanza. Oh, Esperance? I don't believe this is an A. Nope. Also another discontinued one. Sorry. Whoa, okay. So this definitely needs my machine to mix that up, because look at that swirl. All right, let's put it in the machine. Spin. Just so you see what you're hearing in the background is this thing. It's a vortex shaker. It says, the work continuously for 5 bottles each time. If there are more than 5 bottles, please wait for a while before using. No, it really doesn't. You're supposed to put your paint into the spinner. It is low noise. About the speed you hear it isn't even half. It's probably maybe just a third of the way of the speed. I have a baby set up to hear the blue to yellow one in an area. I haven't done red. But every so often it'll shut off. So this thing, no, doesn't quite work. But it's great. I love it. I keep meaning for summer. Actually, there's probably something we need to order on Amazon next month. So, excuse me, I will probably order some. See, it shut off on me. Hi, Cat. How are you? So I was going to put these inside of it to help mix it, but I need to get bigger ones, I think. So I'm going to try that. But let's see how well that mixed it. Perfect. Look at that. It did an awesome job. So And you can use that vortex shaker for some people use it for model paints and stuff. It works great on these size bottles. I did try with a bigger bottle the other day. It did okay. It didn't do really, really great. It just works really good with small bottles. Or test tubes if you have those. Alright, I'm just putting random. Actually, you know what I should do from this top? I'll do that. Put random. Thanks for joining. If you've seen watching us so far, and if you have been watching, like I said, if you subscribe to the channel, you could join in the chat. And if you have any questions as to what I'm doing, how I'm doing it, need more information on the paints that I'm using, I will try to answer them here or in the comments once this goes live. Actually, because I can't see the comment section right now. I can only see the live chat. There we go. That's weird. It almost looks grayish here instead of a light color. But on the screen, it is looking a lot like how this is. So, good choice in color. And dot, 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 dot. But this is kind of more like blah, 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 blah. But it's not. It's dots, but I'm doing a little bit more of a bigger blob. Because I want it to be. I didn't want to sponge this on because I don't want it to totally cover the citrus yellow, or no, saffron that I'm using underneath. I want that to show through. I want that saffron color to be the strongest color on this. So I'm not. this up so you can see what I'm seeing here. Because that is what this guy looks like. If I pull this off. Let's see. Look at it. Again, I could almost like put it right there and it'd be almost a perfect. Check that out. That's funny. But this has lighter splotches, but the overall color is that yellow. So I could put like some little bit of streaks of a darker yellow in here, maybe. Let's see what we got. Oh yeah, I could put some of that. Thank you, Kat. I have a gold color that would go good in here. So, all right, splash, splash, spot. Blob, blob, blob. I don't know about you guys, but I have a playlist of Halloween songs that I always like to. Well, I listen to it almost all the time, but I will really, really get it out and crank it up as I'm leaving work. Sometimes I'll play it or roll down the windows and freak people out by playing Tubular Bells or Toccata Fugue. As I drive along, people figure out what the heck's going on. But I've been, but some of them are like actual, songs that I'll even do like obvious songs like the theme from the Munsters or the themes from the Addams Family or the Twilight Zone. But then I'll add to it like things like Abracadabra from I will do Steve Miller Band and what the heck's the other guy's name that did it? Oh crap! It came to me and I forgot it. So I put together. Have my own little playlist that I go through. And like the theme is the theme from Jaws. I also have I have the soundtrack to Little Shop of Horrors. So I play some of that on there because I love Mean Green Mother from Outer Space is one of my favorite songs in the morning. So I play that one a lot. But when we were riding around, we were getting close to home. I'm like, okay, it's time for. I had my pumpkins in the car. I had the gourds and pumpkins, and we finished. We're heading home, and so I've put on my. I'm a big Duran Duran fan, of course, in the 80s. Got to be Duran Duran. And they released a Halloween-themed... oh, good heavens. It was almost 2 years ago. Yeah, because I was out when Dad passed. And I will crank that sucker up and blast it. It's really good. I really love their I really like that album. It's called Dance Macabre. If you have a chance to, you can probably even listen to it on through YouTube. They have some of the things they did. They do a mix of some of their previous songs and twist them a little bit and make them more creepier, and it's really good. I really like listening to that. So, Monster Mash, yes, I have that one on here. Let's see, what else do I have? I do have Spiders and Snakes from Jim Stafford in it, even though it's okay. It's not really a Halloween one. It's more just like it's funny when you listen to some of these songs now and you realize, like, really, that's what this song is about. And Spiders and Snakes is one of those. It's when you listen to that song now, it's like, okay, it's not really what you thought it was. You just really like the chorus part of it, that it was, you didn't like Spiders and Snakes. And now when you listen to them, you're like, oh, okay, yeah, that's what that song is about. Really had nothing to do with Spiders and Snakes. So, what else do I have? Let me crack mine open. Sugar Ray, that's the person I was thinking of for Abracadabra. I have that one in the Steve Miller Band for Attack of the Killer Tomatoes. That's also a good one. Let me see. I'm going in alphabetical order here. Bad Moon Rising from Creedence Clearwater Revival. Very Halloweenish. Let's see here. Black Magic Woman from Santana. Also Evil Ways from Santana. Those are also very, very Duran Duran Reed did ELO's Evil Woman. It's a really good cover. I really like it. And what else? The Devil Went Down to Georgia. That's also a good one. Devil Woman from Cliff Richard. That's a good one. I cover music from the 50s to 80s, a little bit in 90s. Don't Fear the Reaper from Boston. No, I'm sorry. I apologize. Blue Oyster Cult. Oh, God. Boston has, what do they have? Don't I have one from them on here? No, I don't. I have Blue Oyster Cult, Godzilla, and Don't Fear the Reaper. Don't Let the Sun Go Down on Me from Elton John. But the version I have is actually Roger Daltrey of The Who. That was from the soundtrack of The Lost Boys. A good vampire movie back in the 80s. Their soundtrack rocked. It was really good. Had an NXS song called "Good Times." Had a lot of that. Had "Cry Little Sister." And here's one you might not think. Here's two that you might not think of being. I consider them Halloween ones, and that's Eli's Coming from Three Dog Night, and I think my other one is also Three Dog Night. Try to find it here real quick. Mama Told Me Not to Come. You could kind of hear, like he says, it is kind of more of like that you're in an area that you don't want to be in. Kind of like Hotel California from the Eagles in a way. But it's Eli's Coming, Hide Your Heart Girl. It kind of sounds like vampire in a way. So I always put that on my list as a Halloween song. What else do I got? I think I have some other. Let's see. Little Red Riding Hood, Sam the Sham and the Pharaohs. That's classic. Race with the Devil. The version I have is from the Stray Cats. And Kat, you have Here Comes Halloween from The Nightmare Before Christmas. Here's my thing about that. I don't like that movie. If I had watched it back when it was released, I would like it. But now, I don't know. I really don't care for it. And I see all the Jack Skellington stuff up and things, and I'm like, I just did not care for that. I love as an artist, like, I love I love the way it was done. I love the animation to it and everything. I love all that. But the whole story and everything itself, I just did not care for. And I watched it a couple years ago, and I was kind of like, yeah, I'm just wasn't that into it. But of course, that's all you see is that, because it's catered to kids, and that's, even though it's here, Tim Burton, just not that big on him. Maybe I need to watch it again to get the reason why I don't like it, but there is a reason. I just really did not care for it that well. Okay, so that's done with Hope. Let's see. Werewolves of London from Warren Zevon, also a very good one. Let's see. Should I do straw? Yeah, I'm going to do a little bit of straw on this. Let's see. The Rolling Stones, obviously. Sympathy for the Devil and Paint It Black. Oh, you're fine, Julia. We're good. Alright, so I'm going to actually put a little bit, a couple dots. Just the dark spots here. This is a nice... I really want to speed down. I'm not going to go super crazy with this. This is straw, by the way. I don't think I really clarified that. But it is a very... It's a nice... It's a nice yellow-green. But a dark, almost kind of like no, I do have no, where is it? No, pigskin. It is kind of like a yellow ochre. That's the one. But yeah, I'm going to just put random spooches here and there with it. I'm not going super crazy. Some nice... Cool. I need some right here. Who is pinging me? Okay, let's move on. Oh, he looks cool. All right. Oop. Oh, there we go. Put him away. I put a spell on you, yes, from Screaming Jay Hawkins, who apparently used to come out of a coffin when he would sing that song. What I had read stuff about him. Yep. Amok. I actually haven't watched the second one of those movies. I did watch the first one. It was okay. I do need to watch the third or the second Hocus Pocus 2. But look at that. There we go. And there we go. Can you tell which one's real and which one's fake? Huh? Look at that. I could just put that right there and it's almost perfectly lined up. That's funny. That is so good. He is good. Yes. All right. Where is it anymore? All right. Guess what? We're down to the last pumpkin. What time is it? 7 o'clock. We are going to... That is really good. I'm good. Let me pull it up here so you can see. it's neat that even as I turn it sideways, that you see you can see more colors stand out on it, even though it just makes it look really good. That looks good. He is good as is. Now let's move on to him. This guy. I'm going to try to move hold on. Move some stuff out of the way so I can get him down. There we go. Who do you love? I'd have to think about that one. Are we talking the George Thorogood one, or are we a different one? Ronnie Hawkins. Who do you love? Okay. Here's one people you might also not think about as being a Halloween type of song. Synchronicity 2 from The Police. Even though he's talking about the main lyrics of the song is about a guy who is tired of his life is mundane. It's the same shit over and over and over again. His, the grandmother screaming at the wall, mother yells about something over the din of the Rice Krispies popping. And as he travels on to work, he's, the secretary's pouting, preen like cheap tarts on a red light street and things like that. He's in a zone. He can't escape it. He's stuck. But meanwhile, the chorus of it is something crawls through the surface from a dark Scottish lake kind of thing. So it's like something creepy is coming out to get you, and and you don't expect it, kind of thing. So I always play that one at Halloween too, because yes. Yeah, I can't remember who did like I said, Race with the Devil is the version I have of Stray Cats. I can't remember who did the original version of that one too, but that's also one I like. I like the Stray Cats version of it. Very, very rockabilly on it. Let me see what else do I have. In the Midnight Hour from Wilson Pickett. The Wicked Wilson Pickett, as we used to call him. There's also another song by the Police called Murder by Numbers. It's actually a really nice, it's a nice song to listen to, but it's funny. The lyrics are good. So this guy, let's see. This guy is going to be a bunch of random, crazy mixture of all of these colors. I'm going to do some oranges on this. I'm going to do some yellows. I'm going to do some greens on him. He's not exactly going to match an actual grab the guy that I'm looking for here. Sorry, puppy. He's not going to be like this, but yet he's going to kind of be like this, maybe. He kind of looks like these. He's not warty, but I mean, because I put warts up on the one on the end of this one. But the colors is what I'm after. And this has some nice yellows here, some splashes of green. He's just going to be a fun one to play. And I like how, see, this one, some of them, on a lot of these, it follows the streaks going up through them. But on this one, it actually branches outwards. So I might actually do that on this, just to go outwards and do it as a variety of that. Don't do that. Like fun. All right, you go here. After midnight, yeah, to a degree, I guess. I am not an Eric Clapton fan. I'm just. I know that there. I think there's been some covers of that one. That one's just, yeah, I could say. I mean, it's got midnight. So what else do I have? The Witch Queen of New Orleans from Redbone, who did also Come and Get Your Love. They were actually the first American Indian band to hit the top 40. I could be wrong on that, but that's what I know. What else do I have? Sleepwalker from the Kinks. That's also a good one. And Kat, I don't know if you know Jumpin' Gene Simmons' Haunted House. That's a... What year was that one? Yeah, that's not the right year. White Rabbit from Jefferson Airplane. Got to include the Halloween theme song. Tubular Bells from The Exorcist. What else do I have? People Are Strange from The Doors, and as I mentioned, the soundtrack to The Lost Boys. Echo and the Bunnymen did a cover on on the soundtrack album for that movie. I love their version. It is so good, and it takes the Doors version and amplifies it a little bit better and adds a lot more stuff to it. It's a really, really good jam. I really love that one. Haunted House is a weird song. It's I want to say that was done in the 50s. Might have been early 60s, actually. Let me take a look real quick. I will look. Jumpin' Gene Simmons. Come on, Wikipedia. Okay. He did 1964 was his version. Um, oh, and it actually says the Kiss bassist Gene Simmons chose his stage name as a tribute to the singer. Don't know about that, but interesting. But Haunted House was a cover of a 1958 recording by Johnny Fuller. It was his only hit. 1964 was his version. Interesting. What else do I have? Witchy Woman from the Eagles. Probably a name. I don't know if I would put Hotel California in there as a Halloween song. I mean, it is about. I think, to me, Hotel California is more like a psychological drama thriller kind of thing when you listen to this song, or I think of it more like that more than a Halloween type of song. Magic Man from Heart. Now, yeah, I could see that. Magic Man would be. I need my green. Hold on a second. I'm trying to think of what I need to hear. Grab a color. No, I don't. Green aisle. Where was the greens? Leaf green. You are a little bit too of a blue. I see too much blue in there. So, no, I'm not going to use you. Let's see. Where are you at? Kelly Green. Try this. Oh, sorry, puppy. Jeez. Here's a nice green. That's green. And I might stick with those. 53.2. I tried green aisle. I didn't like that one. Thicket. I think you were one of the colors that I used before. Oh, yes. There we go. Thicket. Can't forget Frankenstein from the Interlude. That's always a good one to play. And I love to play that one, especially with a really good headset on, because the one point where the noise goes, you can hear it go around your head. And the store I got. Oh, I actually have 4 on my list for Creedence Clearwater Revival. The Midnight Special. It Came Out of the Sky. I Put a Spell on You. And Babylon Rising. Those are good. Yes. Sympathy for the Devil. And Paint It Black. There are some other ones from Rolling Stones that could be Halloweenish. Then you always have the classic, I don't want to say kind of comedy ones, like Purple People Eater, Little Red Riding Hood. What else do I got? I don't know if you've heard The Mummy from Bob McFadden and can't remember who else this was. Bob McFadden and Dor, D-O-R. That's of course, Thriller. Yes. What's funny is my mom uses Thriller as my ringtone when I call her, and her little dog. She uses Hello Mother, Hello Father from my brother. And her little dog knows our ringtones so well that whenever she hears those songs even being played on the radio, she freaks out thinking, oh, we're coming, we're coming, we're coming. She's so funny. What else? Monster Mash, another kind of kind of a comedy kind of one. Mr. Spaceman from the Birds. How about that one? Because it's about being abducted by aliens. So, alrighty. So this thing, since these guys are like sideways, we're gonna eyeball this and go. Need this, not the lid. Let's see here. Not quite sure I like that. What else do I have? Cannot forget the Time Warp from the Rocky Horror Picture Show. That is always good. And it sounds like Sal is having a conversation with somebody. I don't know if I want to know what's going on. Let's see here. Very, very dry brushing this. And one that always sounds, actually there's two of them that always sound, I should back this up, spooky. Oh, come on. I know I got that one here. Where's it at? Spooky. Why don't I have spooky? Would you think Space Oddity would be one? I don't think so, because it's more about, I don't think I like this. Yeah, I'm not getting like in this one. Just not doing it for me. Because I'm afraid of how it looks. It looks like he just went bleh. All right, I'm going to do something a little different here with this one. Because I do like this color, thicket. And I'm going to do something a little different. And sometimes this works and sometimes it doesn't. But that's the nice thing about with the acrylic paints is that if you like something, you can paint over it. And that's what I'm probably going to do with this one. First, I need to find what color I used here, because I don't think I have it written down. Okay. Did I? I wrote down 32. Is 32 the winner? Lemon chiffon? No, I don't believe so. That doesn't look like it's a match. And you're also very chunky. Oh, actually you are. Okay. So it is lemon chiffon. All right. Let's fix this. Yeah, this is going to take a coat or two to fix. This paint apple barrel, I don't believe you make it anymore. Let me let that dry and let me look. What do I call this? Lemon chiffon. Apple, apple, apple. No, they do not. And this is the only one of these that I have. I have ones that are close. Okay. This guy. Very, very lumpy. Which normally I try to remove all the lumps because I don't like. I like my things to be smooth and the paint to be smooth. It shows easy. But some of these I have to really, really squish them to get them to look good. And see there, it's too wet. It's not dry enough, so it's having an issue right here where it's lifting the old, what I just put down. So give me one moment here. I'm going to turn on my fan instead of using a hair dryer. I'm just going to use this little fan and dry it. Don't look in my fan. It's dirty. No, still a little wet. All right. I'm going to switch it up. I'm going to do the grooves like I did the other ones. Since this is a plain color pumpkin and this is a plain color pumpkin, I will do the grooves on this one and do the splotches on it. I will mix up the colors. And I will give it a good variegation of different colors of green. I will throw in a little bit of orange in it. All right, we'll try that, see how that works. Okay, give me the lemon chiffon. It looks like he's got a putting on a nice. This paint is rather thick. It's old, so it's chunky. All right, I'll leave it like that. That looks good. I can still see a little bit coming through, but I'm going to splotch it. It'll be good from there. All right. Let's get it. So I'm going to take this thicket. We will put thicket in the middle. All the way up. Pop, I saw that explode over here. Let's try and get this nice and clean. There we go. Okay. Do the same thing. Give it a little bit. So, over here. It's funny how some people say, "Oh, when I say that I love Halloween," that they think that their mind instantly goes to like uh, Jason or any of the uh, scary Halloween movies and things like that that um, have been out. But I actually prefer like the classic Halloweens or the classic horror movies, like the ones that Bela Lugosi and um, Boris Karloff, Vincent Price, stuff like that. I like those ones because without those, you wouldn't have what you have now. So, when people would just kind of give me really, really weird looks when I say I really don't care um, for Friday the 13th series and Halloween and stuff like that. I mean, it's without the originals, you wouldn't have those. Now I will watch I do like to watch Night of the Living Dead from George Romero, the original. because that also has as a society, it has a deeper meaning to it, and I like that one. And one of these weekends, I keep wanting to do it. I never get a chance to. Maybe here in October I'll be able to. The obviously Night of the Living Dead was created by George Romero, who was went to school here in Pittsburgh, and he went to Carnegie Mellon University, and he filmed it at the Evans City Cemetery north of Pittsburgh. And I think there's a placard where in the cemetery that tells you where they were, where they filmed certain scenes at in the cemetery. But it is one of these days I want to get up there and say I was there. Sorry if this is running a little longer than it normally does, but I want to finish this one, and when this one's finished, this is the last pumpkin sign that I have. The other one that I have is a this skulls. And that I will be filming pieces because I want to. I don't want to do it all at once. One side of it I'm doing, Day of the Dead skulls, and the other side I'm making it look more regular. Define regular. Other. One design on one side, one design on the other. And I hope to do that with these two. I want to flip it over and paint something fun on the other side. Once my mom and my sister pick out which one they want. I'll let them pick out what colors and stuff they may want on the other side of this. The Tingler from Windsor Price. Oh my gosh, that movie. I actually was thinking of The Last Man on Earth that he did today, because that one was kind of a spooky movie. But The Tingler. And they were the guy who produced that one, he produced several other movies where he wanted it to be more of an immersive experience for you in the movie theater, where you had The Tingler. There was supposed to be like something in the audience that would make people jump and cause mass confusion and freak out everybody. And when we went to Busch Gardens years ago. There was they had a theater like that, and the thing that it was kind of, I think it was part 3D, but also there were like water would be squirted on your feet. You'd be sitting in a regular, kind of a regular theater, but there would be there were air hoses and things hooked up underneath your seat, and just things you'd be watching something on the screen and something, and then it would act like, there was one scene where rats came out of something, and you're watching this in 3D, and so the rats, 3D I have total issues with altogether. I don't think it should be called 3D. That's because it does not make it feel like it is 3D, like you're expecting something to come out. Now, I will say on one thing of that, we watched the first Avatar movie. We watched that in 3D, and when the tree was on fire, I didn't see anything 3D-ish about that movie until that tree caught fire, and when the ashes came flying out, and then out the corner of my eye, I thought an ash landed on my heart, and I was just like patting it out, trying to get the ash out, and then I'm realizing, oh, you stupid idiot, you're in a movie theater, and it's just totally fake. So I've watched that. I do, but in that theater there was things of when the rats came down out of the screen, so to say. It made you, there were air hoses and stuff underneath the seats that would go off and ripple up through the audience, and it made it feel like the rats were running across your feet if you had usually everybody was wearing flip-flops, or you had open-toed shoes or something, and so it hit your feet, and it just made it feel like you were like all the rats were running off the screen and up your feet, and that was fun. I liked that. But that guy tried to do stuff like that where he was trying to create things. There was another movie that he did. I want to say it was the House on Haunted Hill. I think that was his. Also, this producer. I want to say his name was Roger Corman. I think that was it. But he did. There was one where in one of those, I want to say it was House on Haunted Hill, and they did. There was one scene apparently where you opened up a closet and a skeleton flew out, and they rigged the theater so that skeletons flew across the ceiling of the room and stuff to freak out people and things. So it was a very immersive experience to do it, and so it's not. He's the one that created that, and people thought that it was. Now, when you watch those movies like on Svengoolie and stuff like that, you see what people tried to do back then to scare you, and now we have other things to scare you in movie theaters, but it's good. So putting dot splotch big splotch. This is weird. This yellow chiffon actually looks very greenish to me. It even looks it almost looks white, like a very, very off-white. More like yellow white, but yep, it is. Put some splotches here. Make it look good. Splotch, 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 splotch. Between spots. More between spots. Splotch. Splotch, splotch, splotch. I have to pause and look at my screen every so often to see, because I'm looking at it from this angle, you guys are looking at it straight down, so there's a difference of view that I can see. Normally I might have these tilted up so that I can see them a little better, but I usually don't work on large scale things like this either. So splotch, 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 push, push. Splotch, splotch. Let's do look like fingers like that. He looks good. Give him a little more dots. Okay, I'm gonna give him a splotch here. And get a bigger splotch. Okay. Lid. Spin number 50. So, because I have 56 one. Yes, I do. Okay. Kelly green. Where did... see how bad this one looks. Ooh, yeah, we're not going to do you. No. Yeah. This was a new color I got. It's called Light Avocado. No, it does not look like light avocado. It looks more... Ugh. It does not look good. I don't like it. What else do I got? That's 56. I'm gonna do pine green. Maybe. Paintbrush. Try a couple dots. It's almost... I'm just going to do some random spots here on this. Give it... Trying to get rid of the line. Some random spots. Come up here. Darker. Occasionally look like dots. That was pine green. You put, trying to find a good green. Da, 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 da. Or light foliage green. Look at this one. Or not. Oh, there we go. This one might work. We should put it in the shaker. That's not. thinking of this. I'm going to do a little orange spice. Put a few dots. Don't spill. It's okay, puppy. Okay, turn off. Okay, that's called Seminole Green. This you might not see very well, but I'm just trying to put random. He's looking good. Give him. Right. I'm gonna die here. Okay. It's a different sports. All right. All right. We said that was this one. 32. Let's do some really crazy. Okay, this is called chamomile. Okay. And it is very light, very chamomile-y. Oh, I would picture chamomile like that. It's a good color. I should put some. Oh yeah, actually do some of that here. All right, so we're going to take some of this chamomile. We're going to put some. Where should I put that? That actually shows up dark on this. Okay, we're not going to do chamomile. Actually, all right, we'll do chamomile here. And over here, here, there. Little dot here, little dot here, little dot here, here. Pick up some of that paint. Over here. Okay. Oop. Uh-oh. Who fell? Where are you? 362. Again? Oh, come on. Work with me. 3, 6, 2. You go right there. You need if I tried this instead. This is ivory. Ivory. No, not ivory. All right, we're going to try something else. Oh, wait. This might be the color I need. All right, this is called bleach sand. And boy, does he need mixed up. All right, put it in the mixer. Dun, dun, dun. Oh, take a drink. Don't think this will work. Maybe. Woo! Hey! Steak, eggs, fried taters, onions, and biscuits and gravy. Oh my gosh, all in one sitting? Jeez. That sounds good, though. It does sound good. When we go out, Sal always gets country fried steak at IHOP when we go out there. All right, you're a little lighter. Ew. I don't think I like that. Yeah, I don't like that. All right, so much for that color. Not bleach sand. I think the color I'm really after. I don't think I have a good color. Maybe I should. Excuse me, puppy. I'm sorry. Oh, careful. Watch yourself. Hold on one moment here. Okay. I'm kind of surprised that I don't really have a color good for that. I mean, it looked good. What if I tried? No, I looked at the wrong one. Oh, let me try old parchment. Oh my god, this is one of my older colors. So old, the labels like cracking and peeling. Oh, I can get it open. That might be the better color that I need. All right. Put it in your mouth and hold it. Dee-dee-dee. All right, let's try this. Put it over. Yeah, that's a little better. Hopefully it doesn't dry nasty. But it looks like it might. Shoot. It's getting to be weird. Ew, that looks not good. Shit. I've got to have a better color here. What do I got? Give me... Oh, let me try you. That's too yellow. Too yellow of a yellow. All right, here's that hope again. Let's hope this works. Actually, yeah, that might be the better color for me. Yes, I didn't wash my brush. There we go. Yeah, this is a weird one. But then again, some of these ones are very weird and you can do anything. Maybe I'll go over that lemon chiffon and put some dots back. Put some color back into this. You are not seeing what I'm seeing. What I'm seeing is like really icky. And I wanted it to be lighter than the chiffon, but I didn't want to put white. Actually, what I should have done is mix them. Yeah. Not. Yeah, that's not good. Yeah. It looks really weird. Not really happy with that. All right, in the meantime, take a lighter one. Do apricot. Woo! That is a. No, I'm not going to do apricot. Give me cantaloupe. Woo! Okay. I'll try it. See how good I mess it up. Mm-hmm. All right. Oh, we're getting back into it. Dot there. Spots. Dot. Dot. Okay. This is crazy. Actually, I should sponge that down the center. here's where the experimentation ran off the rails. Yeah, pop. Oh, somebody's telling me it's dinner time. I know it's past dinner time. I want to finish this. Somebody just got up. This is very fall colored. Ooh, I want it to be whiter. Whoops. Hold on a sec. Oop. Just when I think I'm finished, I screw up. Okay, let me get back. This is Seminole green. Let's very nice color green. It's kind of like the color of the outside of an avocado. It's very, very nice color. Random dots and lines, dots. Put a dot down there. Good. Dot. A couple random dots. There, random dot here. Squiggly line there. These random weird lines. I need to do something with this mess that I made. And I think the only way I can salvage it is to do the one thing I hate doing the most. And that's mixing paints. I just don't think I have a paint that will be good enough to solve that. Because I don't want to put green down there. These colors were supposed to be lighter than that color, and it's not working out. It's very, very Wonder if I should sponge some orange down through it. Maybe I should do that instead. Because I like that cantaloupe. Where is my mixer? Okay. Here we'll try. See what we get. Actually, let me turn this thing. You're supposed to mix color into white. You're supposed to mix black into color. Where's my... Yeah. So let's try it. What we're going to do is 2 equal dots of white. And I like that. And 1 dot of lemon chiffon. Which is still thick and chunky. Not coming out the way it needs to. All right. Give me. All right. Fold this up. See, I'm getting it. Okay. See, now there's the original color. Here is the color I wanted. Hopefully this dries a little better. Yeah, see, you're seeing it almost white. But at least I could take Yes, puppy, I know. Mommy screwed up. I'm gonna fix it. Because I'm gonna finish it too. Okay. Jabbing it along. Now it almost looks like it's like super white. And I don't want that. So you can see that. It's just weird. Yeah, it might dry a little different. Okay, it's actually not too bad from here. On screen, it doesn't look good at all, but here in the room and underneath my lights, I'm actually getting kind of. It's not the precise color I need, but it is looking very fall. Very fallish. Let's see if you can. Am I under right? Yeah. So. It's looking good. I want to take a little more of this cantaloupe. Actually, let me do the next darker one. And let's do the apricot. Even though that's a very, very bright orange. Actually, almost looks like the same color. Just touching around a few spots. Dab there. Just to put in. Okay, let's do a lighter green. Hello, Mama Wolf. Thank you for joining. I know you can't stay long. I hope you're feeling better. This is the last one that I'm doing. The last pumpkin, I should say. All of the other pumpkins are done. They are looking good. This one, of course, has to be a problem child. All right, we're going to take alfalfa That's good. Yeah, let's take this happy guy. This isn't nice. It is almost needs to be a little bit lighter to be an avocado green. But I'm going to put a dot down here, down the hole. Random dots, random dots, random dots. Spot, spot, spot. Random dot. Zing line, ziggity line. Random line. Getting there, almost done. Scrunch, dot, dot. Splotch, splotch, splotch. Around green in here. And all right. You know what? I'm going to say this guy is done. Put a foam dot here. Foam dot there. A few dots here. Ziggly line. Some big dots. Random dot. Random dot. Random dot. Random dot. Little dot there. Okay, I think he's done. He's probably the best I'm going to get. It is a very nice shade of green. All right. Clean my brushes. Put the dogs out. So they're done. The only thing now that I need to do is for my mom and my sister to pick up which one they want. And so he looks, it's weird. It looks very greenish yellow here, but like on screen, it almost looks too white. It's odd that I'm not getting that right color. So here's the other one we worked on. I'm calling him 5 o'clock shadow because that's what he looks like. He looks like he had too much at a party. And then, of course, there's the... I can get the yellow one in the way. There's the yellow one. Hold on a sec. Hold on a second. Let me... Let's not hit the camera. There we go. move something out of the way. Now I can move this out of the way too. All right, there we go. Full screen. So there is the yellow and then the cutie. The cutie on the top. Yay, they're all done. And now, like I said, if they want me to paint something on the other side, like paint the pumpkins purple, pink, and blue, I'll do it. If you know. Oh, and I didn't do this. I am going to paint this invisible glow in the inside of the mouths. It goes on clear, and it isn't seen until it glows in the dark. Mix well before use. Let dry 1 hour between coats. 2 coats recommended. Charge glow in the sun or an indoor light. For increased glow, apply more coats or charge longer. Clean when wet with soap. Covers 2 square feet. So yeah, I'm going to put this in the inside of the things. I'll do that later because it's so hard to do that here with just this. I need to stand this up in order to do it. So thank you so much for ending week 6 of this. I can't believe it was week 6. I still want to say that's wrong, but I guess it's right because I did at least 2 a week, and today I finished off 3 of them. So we're good. Thank you so much for watching. I do appreciate it. Keep an eye on the channel. I'll have more Halloween stuff posted because I've got those like unicorn spit things that I did. The tombstones and things like that. I got those. I gotta figure out what to paint on those. So thank you very much. Have a good evening. Thank you.